Hey there. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races today. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. The time left to pick your car is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorite before the timer runs out so you don't miss out on the fun. Hey there! Welcome back to the stream, the VinXD. Glad to see you here again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey Sam Tuit. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here again. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races. Sit back, and let's have some fun watching these cars compete. Welcome back to the stream, the Cosmic Drama 87. Great to see you again. And a big shout out to Michael Schumacher. Glad you both could join us today. Let's enjoy these car races and have some fun. Both cars have their strengths, with the BMW M3 GT4 known for its balanced handling and power, while the Lotus Evora GX GT4 is lightweight and agile. Given the track at Lakeside Park, which favors quick turns and technical driving, I might lean toward Orton with the Lotus Evora, because its lighter weight and sharp handling could give it an edge around those tight corners. But the BMW's raw power shouldn't be underestimated either. It'll be exciting to see how it all plays out in the race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Lakeside Park. The GT4 class in Figure 8 Sport has the pole position with the 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. It's going to be exciting to watch. The race has just started and the top 3 drivers are Figure 8 Sport in first place, Move for Life in second, and Ingle McCringleberry in third. Ingle McCringleberry is now in second place. Yakiraman has moved up to 5th place. Silhouette is in 6th place now. Move for Life has dropped back to 10th place. The Cosmic Drea Mighty 7 is climbing fast, now in 13th. The Vin XD is also making a move, now in 15th. Silhouette and Yakiraman are battling closely for 4th place. The Vin XD has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th position. Someone and the Vin XD are also in a tight fight for 14th place. Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up to 6th place. Scott Dixon and Kilo Julia Delta are battling closely for 18th place. Amy is holding steady in 8th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now in 5th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 18th place. The Vin XD is driving a 2019 Genetic G55 Super Cup Data. They are currently in 15th place and seem to be maintaining their position well so far. Yakiraman is in 2nd place driving a Maserati Gran Turismo MC. Their fastest lap is 57.697 seconds. The race looks competitive with Yakiraman holding a strong position. Xajax is charging through the field, now in 2nd place after overtaking 5 cars. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gina Jones and Sam Turret are battling closely for 8th position. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 2nd place. Maya and Figure 8 Sport are closely battling for the lead. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 3rd place. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry and Figure 8 Sport are battling closely for the lead. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up to 4th place. Maya has just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Move for Life and Sam Turret are battling closely for 7th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up to 3rd place. The Vin XD and Silent Fox 213 are neck and neck for 11th place. Michael Schumacher and another racer are battling closely for 19th. Maya is gaining on Figure 8 Sport, closing the gap to just 1 second. Maya and Figure 8 Sport are battling hard for the lead. Yakiraman and Ingle McCringleberry are also close together, fighting for 4th place. New for Life is climbing to 7th place. Sam Turt and New for Life are battling closely for that position. Scott Dixon is advancing to 12th place. Road3 Boy Gaming Studios and Maya are battling closely for 2nd place. The VinXD has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Ixachax is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Silhouette has moved up to 5th place. The VinXD is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Congratulations, Maya. Great job winning the race at Lakeside Park. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Great job out there. And wow, Maya also set the fastest lap, so they can claim the 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC, the GT4. Scott Dixon did an amazing job with the most overtakes, so he can also claim the same awesome car. Nice work to both of you. Sure. The 2014. A fun fact about it is that it features a carbon fiber monocoque chassis, which makes it both lightweight and incredibly strong. This design helps improve safety and performance, and it's built to withstand the intense forces experienced during high-speed racing. It's a really cool piece of racing engineering. Welcome back, Jumbo Finn. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Looking at the stats, Scott Dixon seems to have a lot more experience with 698 races and 44 wins. Even though they are ranked 14, their extensive experience might give them an edge in this race. On the other hand, their Cosmic Dream IT7 has fewer races and wins, but everyone starts somewhere. It could be a close race, but based on the experience alone, I might lean towards Scott Dixon as the likely winner. What do you all think? Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at the Alice track. Jazz Pancakes is starting on pole with their 2014 Dallara IL-15 in the Indy Lights class. Things are already looking exciting. Jazz Pancakes has taken the lead right from the start. Lotusos is in 2nd place, closely followed by the VinXD in 3rd. The race is heating up already. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 4th place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are battling closely for 4th position. Maya and Amy are fighting it out for 5th place. Amy is holding steady in 8th place. Maya is now in 4th place. Junon is in 5th place. Schlosser 1977 is in 6th place. Itzara is making a strong move up the field now in 19th place. Singoshi is dropping back to 22nd and Titus 61 has fallen to 23rd. Singoshi has made a huge move, overtaking 21 cars to take the lead. Titus 61 is closing in fast, cutting down the gap by 5.5 seconds. Just Pankakis and Singoshi are battling closely for the top spot. Scott Dixon has made a huge move, now in 1st place. Sovi is right behind him, battling hard for 2nd. Just Pankakis is closing in on Sovi, making it a tight fight for the podium. Just Pankakis is now in 1st place. Lotusos has moved up to 2nd. The Vin XD is in 3rd. Solid Chadon Nini T1 is now in 7th place. Gina Jones has moved into 8th. Jacko has climbed into 9th. The race is heating up. Titus 61 is climbing fast, now in 15th place. Spike Bulls is also moving up, now in 16th. Runan has gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Lotusos is dropping back to 13th place. The Vin XD has fallen to 14th place. Singoshi is climbing fast, moving up 4 spots to 15th place. Sovi is currently in 17th place. Their car is a 2014 Delara IL-15, just behind Maya Dirt Goal. It looks like Sovi is trying to make a move forward. Jacko and Gina Jones are battling closely for 6th place. Yambofin has moved up 1 spot to take 10th. Jambofin and Calican Bunny are fighting hard for 9th place. Itzaro is currently in 12th place. Their car is a 2014 Delara IL-15, and they started in 22nd. The race seems to be going well for them, moving up several positions. Calican Bunny and New for Life are battling closely for 8th place. Sovi has moved up 1 spot to take 16. Congratulations to Just Pancakes on winning the race. Great job and well deserved. Wow! Congratulations to Just Pancakes on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race. They can claim the 2014 Dallara IL-15 from Indy Lights. Also, did the most overtakes today, so they can also claim the same car. Fantastic effort from everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, because Oschersleben has a lot of tight turns and chicanes. Having a car that can grip the road well and turn sharply without losing speed would be key here. Acceleration out of the corners is also important, since a good burst of power can help you gain time after navigating the tricky bends. Overall, a balanced setup with good stability and responsive steering would give the best results on this circuit. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in so you don't miss out on the race. Hurry up and choose your favorite. This is an interesting matchup. The BMW M220i is known for its agility and smooth handling, especially on a track like Oschersleben, which has a mix of curves and straight. The Opel Astra TCR is quite competitive too, especially with its turbocharged engine and sporty design. Given the specs and the nature of the cars, I'd say Calican Bunny in the BMW might have a slight edge because of its balanced performance and precision handling. But Kringleberry's Opel could surprise us if it leverages its turbo power well and gains a good start. It's definitely a close call, and I'd put my bets on Calican Bunny for a narrow win. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Oschersleben, and starting on pole is the TCR class car, a 2016 Audi T-Type, driven by Sam Turek. Enjoy the action! Sam Turek has taken the lead right from the start. The Betty White show is in second place, closely followed by Lynn Lilac in third. The race is heating up already. The Betty White show has just overtaken to take the lead. Sovi is now in third place, closing the gap. Calican Bunny and Kringleberry are battling closely for fifth position. Kringleberry is moving up to take the fourth place. Gina Jones is closing in on Calican Bunny, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gina and Calican Bunny are battling closely for the sixth position. Mina My Styler 21 is holding on to seventh place with Gina Jones right behind. A driver is advancing one spot to take 11th place. Spike Pulse and Hikari Hamsam are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Mina Styler 21 is now in 7th place. Spike Pulse has moved up to 13. New for Life is in 14th place. Spike Pulse is currently in the 14th place, driving a 2018 Peugeot 308. Their race looks steady, staying close to other Peugeot drivers and maintaining position. The driver moving up one spot is now in 10th place. Amy and another racer are battling closely for 10th position. Banana Ghosh and Hikari Hamsam are fighting hard for 15th place. Spike Pulse moves up to 11th place. Maya is gaining on Spike Pulse, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Hikari Hamsam advances to 13th place. Sovi is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. They are currently in 3rd place and seem to be maintaining a strong position in the race. Gui Coin is driving a Peugeot 308 from 2018. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace in the middle of the pack. New for Life is now in 13th place. Hikari Hamsam is right behind. Both races are close together. Sylvie and Sam Turret are neck and neck for 2nd place. Hikari Hamsam has just overtaken someone to move into 13th place. Amy is currently in 7th place with the 2015 Fiat Tipo Competizione. The race seems challenging for her as her lap time hasn't been recorded yet. Hey there, Elias698. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you joining us again. We're having a lot of fun watching these AI cars race. Feel free to jump right in and enjoy the show. Sovi has moved up to 2nd place. Amy is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Move for Life is climbing to 13th place. Amy is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Move for Life has just overtaken a car and is now in 12th place. Maya and No for Life are very close, battling for the same position. Amy is currently in 7th place. Hikari Hamsam and No for Life are battling closely for the 13th and 14th positions. Amy is closing in on the races ahead. Gina Jones is gaining on Naima Styler 21, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are battling hard for 7th place. Hikari Hamsam has moved up one spot to take 13. Jacko is moving up to 8th place. Amy is closing in on Scott Dixon, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Welcome back, Elias X98. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Congratulations to the Betty White Show on winning the race at Oschersleben. Well done on a fantastic victory. Congratulations to the Betty White Show on winning the race. Great job. You really drove it home. And a special shout out to Hingelma Kringleberry for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 2016 Opel Astra TCR. Well done to both of you. A fun fact about the 1954 Jaguar XK120 is that it was known for its beautiful and sleek design. But it was also an incredibly fast sports car for its time. It could reach speeds of over 120 miles per hour, which was quite impressive back in the 1950s. This car helped establish Jaguar's reputation for making stylish yet performance-oriented vehicles. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time left to select your car is almost over. Make sure to get your choices in so you can see your favorite car compete. Hey there! Welcome back to the stream, Shivakale704. It's great to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show. Wow, both of these cars are pretty interesting choices. The 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ is known for its lightweight and agility, which could give it an advantage on tight corners. On the other hand, the 1970 Porsche 914-6 has a solid balance of power and handling, especially on a circuit like Silverstone with long straightaways and fast turns. I think Gina's Alfa might have the edge in agility and quick handling, but the Porsche's power could help it regain time on the straights. Overall, I'd probably lean towards Gina's Alfa Romeo for a slight edge, but it's going to be a close race. What do you guys think? Hey Shivakali 704. Shanti indeed. Loving the good vibes. Want to pick a car to race? Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Silverstone GP. Kamikaze 38 is starting on pole, driving a classic 1971 Myers Minx. Let's see how it all unfolds. Kamikaze 38 has taken the lead right at the start. Gliding Penguin is in second place, closely followed by Athena CNC in third. The race is already heating up. Gliding Penguin and Kamikaze 38 are nose to tail for the lead. Scott Dixon has gained one position and is now in third place. Dixon is closing in on the top two, making the fight for second very intense. Gliding Penguin has taken the lead and is now in first place. Athena CNC has moved up to fourth place. Elias X98 has advanced to seventh place. Scott Dixon has moved up to second place. Athena CNC and Kamikaze 38 are battling closely for third. Sylvie is closing in on Elias 98, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Athena CNC and Kamikaze 38 are battling closely for third place. Amy is closing in on H2 Hova, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Samtirt has moved up one spot to 11th place. Athena CNC has moved up to third place. H2 Hova is closing the gap on Kamikaze 38 by 1.1 seconds. J-Bogey has moved up to 8th place. H2 Hova is climbing up to 4th place. Elias X988 is moving up to 6th place. Elias X988 and Kamikaze 38 are battling closely for 5th place. Samtet and Kishiero are battling closely for 10th place. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to 12th. Someone and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 12th position. Elias X988 is advancing to 5th place. Samtat and Krish Zero are battling closely for 10th place. New 4 Life is climbing to 14th place. Gina Jones is moving up to 11th place. Sam Turret and Gina Jones are battling closely for that spot. New for Life is climbing to 13th place. Krishistero is holding on to 9th place while Sovi is right behind in 10th. Gina Jones and Krish Zero are also close for 10th place. Jackal and Lemon Coke Games are battling for 16th place. Elias X98 is closing in on H2 Hova. cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Krish Terror is climbing up the ranks, moving one spot to take 9th place. New for Life and Sam Turt are in a close fight for 12th place. Iliazix 988 is gaining on H2 Hover, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gina Jones is moving up one spot to take 10th place. Gina Jones and Krish Zero are battling closely for 9th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 8th place. She's closely battling Jebogi for that position. Sukstakat and Sovi are also fighting hard for 13th place. Jebogi has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Amy and Jebogi are in a close fight for 7th. Jackal has also gained one spot, now in 16th place. Gina Jones is moving up 2 spots to take 7th place. Amy and Gina Jones are close in the fight for 7th. New for Life and Sam Turt are battling hard for 11th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling closely for 6th place. Sukstakat and Sovi are also fighting hard for 13th position. Gina Jones is advancing to 6th place. Sukstakat is climbing to 13th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jackal and someone are battling closely for 15th place. Lemon Cult Games has moved up to 19th place. Knalga 77 has also gained a position, now in 20th place. Amy is maintaining her position in 8th place. Maya is now just 0.5 seconds behind Lemon Cult Games. Eliazix 988 is now in 4th place, gaining ground on the racers ahead. New for Life and Sam Turt are side by side, fighting for 11th place. Gina Jones is closing in on H2 Hova, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Sukstakat has moved up one spot to 12th place. Jackal has also gained one position, now in 14th place. Gina Jones is gaining on H2 Hova, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Jackal is catching up to New for Life, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up one spot to 16. H2 Hova is gaining on LESS 98, closing the gap to just under a second. Gina Jones is catching up to H2 Hova, now less than a second behind. Jackal is closing in on NW for Life, reducing the gap to 1.6 seconds. Amy is now in 7th place. Jebogi is gaining on Kamikaze 38, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Athenia CNC is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Eliazix 988 is catching up to Athena CNC quickly. Sukstakat is also closing in on Sam Turt, making the battle for position more intense. Congratulations to Gliding Penguin on your fantastic win. Well done. Congratulations to Gliding Penguin on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. Well done! And a big shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. You can now claim the vintage 1963 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ. That's a fantastic car to add to your collection. Sure. A fun fact about the 1983 Toyota AE86 is that it's become a legendary car in the drifting and racing communities. It earned the nickname Hachiroku, which means 86 in Japanese. This car is famous for its lightweight design, rear-wheel drive layout, and superb handling, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts and street racers alike. It even gained fame through the anime series Initial D, where it was driven by a talented street racer. Hey everyone, the time left to select your car is almost over. Make sure to get your choices in before the clock runs out so your favorite car can race. That's an interesting matchup. The 1997 Audi S4 has a bit more modern tech and might have an edge with its turbocharged engine, especially on a tricky circuit like Macau. The Porsche 911C from 1983 is a classic and known for its handling, but it might struggle a little with the power and technology gap. I'm leaning towards Life with the Audi, but it's definitely going to be a close race because Macau is all about precision and skill. Let's see how the drivers handle these machines. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Macau Gia. A winning Storm is starting on pole in a classic 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra L. Let's see how those retro slow cars handle this intense track. Our Windstorm has taken the lead, right from the start. Sovi is holding strong in second place. Gamer Boss 72 is currently in third position. Sovi has just taken the lead and is now in first place. LESX98 has moved up to second place, closing the gap. They are battling closely for the top spot, with both racers pushing hard. LESX98 has moved up one spot to take the lead. Gamerboss 72 has also gained one position. Now in third, Gina Jones has moved up to fifth. Gina Jones and Al Windstorm are battling closely for fourth place. Someone is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th place. MooTube is also climbing fast, passing 4 cars to settle in 12th place. Gamerboss 72 is advancing 1 spot to take 2nd place. Gina Jones is advancing 2 spots to take 5th place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to move into 12th. Kyroscope and MooTube are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Welcome back, Max Verstappen. Glad to see you back in the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action. Gamerboss 72 is closing the gap on LESX98, now just 2.2 seconds behind. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Ingle McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, now in 11th. Squatbender is driving a 1993 Renault Clio Williams. They are currently in the 20th place, and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Maya is driving a 1987 BMW 325 IE30 Touring. She is currently in 10th place and seems to be maintaining a steady pace, but she hasn't made any overtakes yet. Akveti is driving the Mitsubishi Galant VR4 from 1987. They are currently in 4th place, and seem to be maintaining a solid position. The race looks competitive with close gaps among the top drivers. Akvethi and Sovi are battling closely for 3rd place. Maya and our Windstorm are fighting hard for 7th. Someone is gaining a spot to move into 9th place. Akvethi has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Sovi and Akvethi are battling closely for 3rd position. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Sovi, reducing it by over a second. Akvethi is gaining fast on Gamerboss 72, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. I'm also moving up 1 spot to 5th place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. MooTube has gained 2 positions and is now in 9th place. Someone and MooTube are closely battling for 9th place. Our Windstorm and the Racer in 8th are locked in a close fight. And Woo for Life is gaining on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. So Vi moves up to 5th place. MooTube advances to 9th. Ingle McCringleberry climbs to 11th. Gina Jones is gaining on GamerBoss 72, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya is catching up to Amy, shrinking the distance by about 2.5 seconds. Jackal is driving a 1996 Mazda Miata. They are currently in 16th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace. Red Panda Manatee 4 is driving a 1980 Lotus Essex Turbo Esprit. They are currently in 19th place and seem to be struggling a bit, as they are quite a few positions behind the leaders. Akwaithi is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Scott Dixon is also closing in on Sam Turd, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Two Pisanda Podcast is driving a 1992 Nissan 240S. They are currently in the 12th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, staying close to the racers ahead. Congratulations to Eliasx98 on winning the race at Macau Gia. Well done on your fantastic achievement. Congratulations to Eliasx98 for winning the race. Great job out there. Gina Jones, you got the fastest lap, so you can claim a 1989 Alfa Romeo Seed. Well done. New for Life, you won the bet race, so you get to claim a 1997 Audi S4. Nice work. And a huge shout out to 350 quadrillion, 416 trillion, 11 billion. 33,444,374 for winning a race 7 days in a row. That's incredible! You find yourself 500 request points. Keep up the amazing streak. Sure. A fun fact about the Long Beach track is that it's one of the few street circuits on the IndyCar calendar where the race takes place right in the heart of a lively city. It's famous for its tight turns and high-speed straights that really test the driver's skills. Plus, the track runs along the waterfront, giving everyone a beautiful view of the ocean while they watch the race. Welcome back, Cedric. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races. Welcome back, Electrichero. Great to see you again. Nanamashilk for CZSTAGA. Mama Bogelgapon help. And a special shout out to Fekthi Feds. Glad you could join us. Let's get these cars racing and have some fun. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder, if you want to stay up to date with the stream and join the fun, you can type !Discord in chat and a bot will send you a link to join the Discord server. There you can connect with other viewers, join a team, and participate in the monthly team challenge. It's a great way to get more involved and have some extra fun. Welcome back, Amin-san. So glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Hey there! If you're enjoying the race and want to catch more exciting car battles like this, make sure to hit that follow button. It helps you stay updated when I go live again. Thanks for stopping by, and enjoy the show. Hey, Alex Palou. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action today. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return to the stream. We're just about to enjoy some exciting AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey there. If you're enjoying the race, and want to catch more exciting AI car action, be sure to hit that follow button. It helps you stay updated on all the fun streams I do. Thanks for stopping by. Hey Sumtirit, I see those Ares hype emotes flying around. The energy here is definitely contagious. I can't wait to see which car everyone ends up rooting for. Maybe one of these AI drivers will surprise us all today. Hey everyone! Looks like we've got some fun chat going on. Seems like Electrichero is just casually rigging it. Maybe he's secretly a racing god. And Michael Schumacher dropping those Erasi emotes. Love the energy. Who's excited to see which car ends up taking the win today? Remember, you can still jump in the race by typing !race and pick your favorite car. Hey there! If you're enjoying the race and want to join us for more exciting AI car battles, be sure to hit that follow button. It helps you stay updated on all the action, and you won't miss a moment of the fun. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome back, Hugged3. Glad to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make your choices quick so we can get these races started. Don't miss out on your chance to see which car takes the crown. Hey there! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning. Make yourself at home and enjoy the race. Both cars are quite different, and each has its own strengths. The Dodge Viper SCR is known for its power and speed, especially on a track like Long Beach, which favors aggressive driving and high performance. The Viper's acceleration and handling should give it a strong edge in a race setting. On the other hand, the 1968 Honda 800 is a classic and lightweight car, which can be quite nimble. Its small size might allow it to navigate tight corners with agility, but it might struggle to keep up with the raw power of the Viper over longer stretches. Considering the tracks and the car's characteristics, I think Maya in the Dodge Viper CR might have the advantage because of its power and track-ready design. But racing is unpredictable, and the Honda S800 could surprise us with smart driving and maneuvering in the corners. Who do you think will take the win? Thanks to Max Verstappen for suggesting this race. We're kicking things off at Long Beach, and Joey is starting in first place driving the 2004 Maserati MC-12 GT1 in the all-random class at all. Get ready for some exciting action. Hey everyone, it's great to see all the chatter. Looks like Max is enjoying the Landau vibes today, and the Electrichero is making some interesting points about points allocation. Maybe I'll have to work on boosting scores for everyone soon. Remember, you can all join the fun by typing !race if you want to pick a car, or just keep the banter coming. The race is just getting started, so stay tuned. Exactly. Sometimes you gotta ask to get a little action or info. Looks like everyone's having a good time here. Just watching these AI cars duke it out at Long Beach. Wonder which car will surprise us next. for Life is now on their first timed lap. They are currently in the middle of the pack. Hugget 3 is pushing hard on their first lap. Sfremo is also getting up to speed. Sovi is starting strong with their initial lap. Joey is just beginning their first lap. Everlasting Apex has also started their first lap. Jackal is just getting underway with their first timed lap. Alright, we got about 10 minutes left in the practice session. Hopefully everyone's getting a good feel for their cars. Are there any specific cars or tracks you guys want to see in the next race? Alex Palou is pushing hard on the track now. Ingle McCringleberry is also on their first lap, looking to set a quick time. Maya just started her first timed lap, aiming to improve her position. Numbu for Life is now in 4th place with a lap time of 1 minute 28.674 seconds, improving by 6.6 seconds. Amy has just begun their first timed lap. Amundsen just began their first lap. Cydrek has jumped up to 5th place with a 1 minute 27.34 seconds lap, improving by 11.4 seconds. Kekkatheds just started their first timed lap. Welcome back, Smart E. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Everlasting Apex has gained 4 positions and is now in 11th place. Their latest lap time is 1 minute, 32 seconds, 641 milliseconds, which is 3.1 seconds faster than before. Alex Palou is setting a new best with a 1:22.998, gaining half a second. Max Verstappen is on the track now, just beginning their first timed lap. Date GCN. Cydrek has moved up to 2nd place and is now just behind the leader. They set a new best lap time of 1 minute 23.57 seconds. No for Life has also improved their lap time to 1 minute 27.273, making a solid gain of 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones has set a new best lap time of 1 minute 53.56, improving by 0.7 seconds. Max Verstappen has set a new best lap time of 2 minutes 9 seconds, and 494 milliseconds. He's improved by 7.8 seconds from his previous best. Electricero is now on their first timed lap. They are currently in 7th place. Welcome back, everyone. Great to see some familiar faces returning to the stream. I hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Thanks for stopping by again, and let's make this a fun one. Cedric has set a new best lap with 1 minute 23.271 seconds, improving by 0.3 of a second. Alright, we've got about 5 minutes left in the practice session, everyone. Make sure to try out different strategies and get a feel for your cars. This is a great time to experiment with your lines and braking points. Who's feeling confident so far? Michael Schumacher has gained 3 places and is now in 16th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 35 seconds, and 900 milliseconds. He's improved his previous time by 5.8 seconds. Gina Jones has also improved her lap time to 1 minute, 52 seconds, and 100 milliseconds, which is 1.4 seconds faster than her last run. Hey, everyone! Looks like Electricero is curious if anyone else is streaming Assetto Corsa. It's always fun to see more racing streams popping up. Who here loves AC? Maybe we can get a little community going. And I see some of you already jumping into the race. Nice picks. Electricero has moved up 1 position to 22nd place with a lap time of 2 minutes 6 seconds and 398 milliseconds. They improved their time by a large margin of 163 seconds. Michael Schumacher has set a new best lap time of 1 minute, 35 seconds, 438 milliseconds. He is now approximately half a second faster than his previous best. Back Defets has gained 2 places and is now in 7th. They also improved their lap time to 1 minute, 28 seconds, and 2 milliseconds, shaving off 1.5 seconds. Looks like everyone's got their favorite games and some solid choices. Max Verstappen sticking with M's too. Nice. And Electricero, sounds like you're getting ready for some Elmo action. Exciting stuff. It's cool to see the community so involved, especially with all these racing options. Hey Amy, I wonder which car everyone will pick next. Michael Schumacher has set a new best lap time of 1 minute 34.66 seconds, improving by 0.8 seconds. Hey everyone. Love the energy in the chat. Max. Sounds like you've got quite the rig there. Gotta check that out sometime. And Lectuchero. Whether you're just relaxing or gearing up for some epic endurance races, it's all about having fun, right? Keep those vibes coming. This race is heating up. Alex Palou is now in the lead with a lap time of 1:22.742, gaining a 3/10 advantage. Michael Schumacher is now on his first timed lap. Don't. The car is accelerating out of the first corner. Keep an eye on how quickly he gains speed. Essex is just starting their first timed lap. Keep an eye on their speed as they hit the track. Ingle McCringleberry is now on the track and beginning their first timed lap. Alright everyone, we've got 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is when the drivers really lay down their best laps to secure a good starting position. Keep your eyes on the leaderboard, because things can change quickly. Who do you think is going to boost their speed and move up the ranks? Joey is now leading the race as they start their first timed lap. Tremo is close behind, beginning their first lap. Dashend. Amundsen is also on the track, starting their first timed lap. Alex Palou is now in the top positions with a lap of 1:22.271 seconds. Everlasting Apex is on their first timed lap, so we'll see how they progress. Hugger 3 has made a big jump with a lap of 1:35.769 seconds, improving by 16 seconds. Jacko is now in the lead with a lap of 1:35 seconds and 404 milliseconds. Max Verstappen has just begun their first timed lap, looking to make an early push. Welcome back, Shipperman. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Amy is now on the track, moving quickly through the first sector. The car is holding steady, and she's pushing for a good start. Maya's watching from behind, not far off. Joey has set a new best lap at 1:25.530, improving by 1.2 seconds. Max Verstappen has set a new best lap time of 2 minutes 12 seconds and 782 milliseconds. He is now significantly faster than his previous best, improving by 17.2 seconds. Cedric has climbed to 5th place and is now just behind the top 4. Their lap time of 1 minute 26.886 shows a solid improvement of 2.6 seconds. Alright everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. If anyone wants to see some last minute pushes, now's the time. Who do you think is going to improve their lap times before it's all over? Amundsen has climbed 3 places to 4th position, with a lap time of 1 minute 23.260.0. They improved their previous time by 5.7 seconds. Max's wisdom there. It's true, folks. Sometimes chasing the latest gear can get a bit wild. Just enjoy the ride and what you've got. And speaking of rides, this race is heating up. Who's excited to see who claims the top spot once the race starts? Electricero is just starting their first timed lap. Max Verstappen has improved with a time of 2 minutes 10 seconds 359 milliseconds, and that's 2.4 seconds faster than his previous best. Gina Jones has set a new best lap time of 1 minute 54.152, improving by nearly 3 seconds. Thies has made a big jump to 5th place, with a lap of 1 minute 23.767, improving by 8 seconds. Maya has also improved their time to 1 minute 34.426, getting faster by 0.4 seconds. Code 3 has moved up to 16th place with a lap of 1 minute 35.047, improving by 0.7 seconds. Hey there, Greninja. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Sit back and enjoy the action. Ilias X98 has moved up to 9th place with a lap time of 1 minute 29.574 seconds, improving by 2.2 seconds. Samtit has moved up to 18th place with a lap time of 1 minute 41.598 seconds, improving by 4.2 seconds. Gina Jones has set a new best with a lap of 1 minute, 53.33331. She's now less than a second behind the top racers. Maya has gained 4 places and is now in 11th place. Their latest lap time is 1 minute, 31 seconds, and 962 milliseconds, which is 2.5 seconds faster than before. Newfoundland has gained 2 places and is now in 8th position with a lap time of 1 minute, 27 seconds, and 228 milliseconds. They improved their previous time by 3 seconds and 1/10. Eliasix 988 has also improved their lap time to 1 minute, 27 seconds, and 777 milliseconds, making them 1.8 seconds faster than before. Newfoundland is just ahead of Cydric and pulling away slightly. Maya has a small gap over Elias X98, but they are still close. Everlasting Apex and Michael Schumacher are nose to tail, fighting hard for the 12th spot. Everlasting Apex is now in 13th place. Maya has moved up to 10th place. Amy is now just behind Ezesix in game ground. Survey has moved up to 13th place. Huggard 3 is now in 15th place. Someone is advancing to 3rd place. Aminson and another racer are battling closely for 3rd. Thremo is climbing to 7th place. Amundsen has overtaken someone to move into 3rd place. A tight battle is happening between Amundsen and another racer for 3rd place. Page 3 is climbing up 1 spot to 14th place. Amundsen and someone are battling closely for 3rd place. Svermau has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Joey and Z Svermau are fighting hard for 6th place. Leclerc is driving a vintage 1968 Honda 800. They are currently in 23rd place. and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, staying close to the pack. Michael Schumacher is driving a 1993 Dauer 962 LM. He is currently in the 16th place. Mufalife is driving a 1983 Lola T616 in Group C2O. They are currently in 23rd place and haven't set their fastest lap yet. The race looks competitive for them. Amin Sun is driving in 1988, a GSJ H23 in the F1 1988 class dogs. They are currently in 3rd place and haven't set a fastest lap yet. The race looks competitive for them so far. Herders 3 just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Elias X988 and Hugger 3 are battling closely for 11th position. And Mufalife is gaining on Joey, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Hug 3 is catching up to Maya, narrowing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amin San is driving the 1988, a GSJ H23 in the F1 1988 class. They are currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute 24.925 seconds. Their race looks steady with a strong position so far. Howard 3 has moved up to 10th place. Jacko is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Feds has moved up to 4th place. Mufalife is gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Hokri is closing in on Mufalife, reducing the distance by just over a second. Herb 3 is gaining on Mufalife, and is now just a few seconds behind. Mufalife is trying to hold that position. Joey is under pressure from Mufalife and Huggard 3. Alex Palou is now in 1st place. Amundsen has moved up to 2nd. Fakdefeds is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Thought Dixon has moved up to 15th place. Jackal has also moved up to 16th place. Mao is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Eliasix 988 is catching up to Maya, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Cedric is now in 1st place after overtaking 5 cars. Alex Palou and Cedric are battling closely for the lead. Target 3 is gaining on Mufalife, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Alex Palou is now in 1st place. Amundsen has moved up to 2nd place. Fakdefeds is in 3rd place. The race is heating up. Amundsen is now in the lead, moving up to 1st place. Alex Palou and Amundsen are battling closely for the top spot. Maya has advanced to 9th place. Code 3 has moved up to 7th place. Eli's X98 is closing in on Cydric and has cut the gap by 2.6 seconds. Sovi is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Jack Thieves is under pressure with someone closing in. Cydric is gaining on Maya quickly. Jackal is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry with a strong push. Defeds is closing in on Alex Palou, cutting the gap down by 2.4 seconds. Cedric is moving up 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Electrichero is gaining on Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking fast. Thermo is catching up to someone ahead, closing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Joey is also closing in on Zefremo, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Factifeds is gaining on Alex Palou, now just over a second behind. Joey is catching Zefremo quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Huger 3 is also closing in on Joey, reducing the distance by nearly 3 seconds. New for Life has moved up to 7th place. Elias X98 is gaining on Maya, cutting the gap by 1 second. Michael Schumacher is closing the distance to Sophie, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Cedric has just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Maya is also climbing, now in 9th place. Elias X98 has advanced to 10th place and is in a close fight with Maya for 9th. Jackal is rapidly closing the gap on Electrichero, cutting it down by 10.6 seconds. Someone just moved up 2 spots to take 2nd place. Sfremo is also climbing 2 positions to secure 3rd place. Ingo McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 2nd place after overtaking 10 cars. Hogart 3 is closing in on Samtirt, cutting the gap by 15.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Sremo is also moving up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Themo and the person are now close together, battling for 2nd place. Aminsan is under pressure as someone is closing in fast, cutting the gap by 14 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the distance by 5.5 seconds. Huggett 3 is making a move on Sam Turt, reducing the gap by over 7 seconds. Welcome back, Naibi. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races today. Fake Thefts is rapidly catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by over 6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing nearly 18 seconds. Amazon's lead is shrinking as someone is closing in fast. Alex Palou has moved up one spot to 11th place. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 3.8 seconds. Jackal is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Jackal is gaining on Gina Jones rapidly, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Isisix is also making a move, closing in on Max Verstappen by 8.9 seconds. Someone is advancing one position to take the lead in the race. Move for Life is gaining on someone fast, closing the gap by 18.6 seconds. Jackal is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 14.6 seconds. Joey has moved up one spot to take the lead. Davids is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to about 1.5 seconds. Someone is catching up to Sremoal, closing the distance by around 1.6 seconds. Alex Palou is making a move on Elias Sanity 8, also reducing the gap by approximately 1.6 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is rapidly catching Sam Turt, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Someone is gaining on Zeframel, reducing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Someone and Segmao are battling closely for second place. Amy is gaining on Gina Jones and is now just a few seconds behind. A driver has moved up one spot to take second place. Cedric is closing the gap on Move for Life by 1 second. The driver closing in on Joey is gaining ground quickly. Cedric has moved up to 4th place. Sheik Defeds has also climbed to 7th place. Cedric is gaining on Svermal and is now just a few seconds behind. Aminsan is closing the gap on Move for Life quickly. Alex Palou is catching up to Maya and has reduced the distance quite a bit. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 16.2 seconds. Someone has moved up one spot to take the lead. Cedric is closing in on Zeframel, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Aminsan is rapidly catching up to Woe for Life, the gap shrinking by almost 19 seconds. Pego 3 is closing the distance to LA698, now just a couple seconds behind. Sophie is gaining on Sam Turret, closing in by about 1.5 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on Move for Life and closing the gap quickly. Alex Palou is catching up to Maya steadily. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Scott Dixon with a good pace. Everlasting Apex is gaining on FC Thefex and is now just under 10 seconds behind. Sylvie is closing in on Sam Turret, with the gap now down to just over 9 seconds. Cedric is catching Zeframel, reducing the distance by a little over 1 second. Factats is gaining on Move for Life and closing the gap rapidly. Alex Palou is catching up to Maya fast. Sophie is also making a move on Sam Turret, closing in steadily. Sremo has moved up to second place. Cedric is now in third. Aminsan has advanced to fourth. Alex Palou is gaining on Maya. The gap is now just 1 second. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Scott Dixon, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Sophie is closing in on Santor, reducing the gap to about 2.7 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Zephramo, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Alex Palou has moved up 1 place to 9. Hugger 3 is catching up to Maya, closing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Jacko is gaining on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 7.1 seconds. Cedric has moved up 1 spot to take second place. Aminsan has also moved up 1 spot to claim third place. And For Life has moved up to 4th place. Alex Palou is getting closer to Joey, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Pugard 3 is catching Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Jackal is rapidly catching Gina Jones, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Cedric is making a move, closing the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Huggy is also gaining on Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Cedric is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap quickly. No For Life is catching up to Aminsan, getting closer with each lap. Sfremo is making a move, closing in on No For Life, fast. Scott Dixon is rapidly catching Hingle McCringleberry, now just 16.5 seconds behind. So he's closing in on Maya, cutting the gap to 8.7 seconds. Jackal is gaining on Gina Jones, reducing the distance to 8.2 seconds. Jackal is rapidly catching up to Gina Jones, now just a few seconds behind. Aminsan is gaining on Cedric steadily. Factor Feds is closing the distance to NW For Life, making a move. Fact the Feds is gaining on New For Life, and the gap is now just a few seconds. Fact the Feds and Not New For Life are battling hard for the 4th place. Maya is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the distance by a second. Amundsen is gaining on Cedric, and is now just a few seconds behind. Alex Palou is closing the distance to FDAC the Feds, getting closer with every lap. Ingle McCringleberry is catching up to Hug 3, the gap shrinking rapidly. Cedric has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Beck de Feds has moved up to 5th place. Alex Palou is gaining on Move For Life, and has cut the gap by 2.6 seconds. Aminsan has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Alex Palou is gaining on Move For Life, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Sremo is closing in on Maya, reducing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Amazon is closing in on Cedric and has cut the gap by 2.1 seconds. Joey has moved up one spot to take third place. Effective Feds has also gained one position and is now in fourth place. Amy is gaining rapidly on Max Verstappen, now just a few seconds behind. Amundsen is closing the distance to Cedric steadily, and War for Life is catching up to Effective Feds, closing the gap quickly. Kingo McCringleberry climbing to 9th place. Sremo is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Sylvie is advancing to 15th place. Amundsen is now in first place. Haggerty has moved up to 8th place. Sremo is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is gaining on Max Verstappen, now just a few seconds behind. Joey has moved up to 2nd place. Alex Palou has climbed to 5th place. Effective Feds is now in 3rd place. Alex Palou has moved into 4th. New for Life is in 5th. The race is heating up. Kingo McCringleberry is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is closing the distance on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap significantly. Fuck the Feds is catching up to Joey, but still a little behind. Made for Life is now in 4th place. Cedric is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Kingo McCringleberry has moved up to 8th place. Amy is gaining on Max Verstappen, now just under 6 seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap to just 1 second. Kingo McCringleberry has moved up 2 places to take 6th position. Feds is now in 2nd place. Alex Palou has moved up to 4th. Sremo has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Alex Palou is gaining fast on Joey, closing the gap by 16.8 seconds. Sremo has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Scott Dixon has also moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Alex Palou is gaining on Joey, and is now just over a second behind. Kingo McCringleberry is closing in quickly on Move for Life, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Maya is also making a move on Scott Dixon, reducing the distance by 3.7 seconds. Haha, looks like Maya's got some backup today. Always good to have a teammate in this chaotic race. Who do you guys think is gonna take the top spot next? Amy is rapidly closing the gap on Max Verstappen, now just a few seconds behind. Joey has moved up 1 position to take 2nd place. Alex Palou has also gained 1 spot, now in 3rd. Ingle McCringleberry is making a strong move up to 4th place. Maya is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over a second. Everlasting Apex is also closing in on Maya, reducing the distance by a little over a second. Sfremo has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Scott Dixon has also moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. And No For Life is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and has closed the gap by 2.2 seconds. Everlasting Apex and Maya are battling closely for 8th place. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Fuck the Feds is rapidly gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 11.8 seconds. In lieu, No For Life is making a move on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 4 seconds. Everlasting Apex has climbed 2 positions and is now in 7th place. Fuck the Feds is rapidly catching up to the car ahead. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the distance to Alex Palou. Elias 988 is gaining on Maya, cutting the gap down. Alex Palou is now just a few seconds behind Joey. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Alex Palou. Sfremo is closing in on No For Life. Sfremo is gaining on No For Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Fuck the Feds is closing in on Elias X98, and the distance is getting smaller. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap to just a little over a second and a half. Sfremo is closing in on No For Life, now less than a second behind. Fuck the Feds is catching up to Elias X98, with the gap shrinking to under 4 seconds. Fuck the Feds and Elias X98 are fighting closely for 11th place. Joey is gaining on Amundsen, now just a few seconds behind. Sfremo is catching up to No For Life, closing the gap steadily. Fuck the Feds has moved up to 11th place, climbing 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Sfremo is gaining on No For Life, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Fuck the Feds has moved up 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Amy is currently in 8th place and quite a bit behind Maya, who is in the 8th place. Maya has a comfortable lead in this battle, but there's still plenty of race left to catch up. Samtirt is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Joey is catching up to Amundsen, shrinking the distance by a little over 1 second. Joey is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. Remo is catching up to No For Life, now within 2 seconds. Someone is closing in on Elias X98, reducing the distance to less than 3 seconds. Joey is gaining on Amundsen, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Move for Life is catching up to Alex Palou, reducing the gap slightly more than 2 seconds. Thremo is making a move on Move for Life, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Alex Palou moves up to 3rd place. Thremo is gaining on Mufurlov, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Maya is catching Everlasting Apex, also reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Cydric is closing in on Sobi, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Move for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Thremo has also moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Ingoma Kringleberry is making a strong move, now in 3rd place. Someone is closing in on Elias S98, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Cedric is also gaining on Sovi, reducing that gap by 2.1 seconds. Alex Palou is advancing to 3rd place. Move for Life is now in 4th place. Thremo is moving up to 6th place. Thremo is gaining on Move for Life and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Arcthifeds has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Someone is closing in on Ingoma Kringleberry and reducing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Elias X98 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hogart 3 is closing in on Sam Turt, reducing the distance by 3.2 seconds. Thremo is gaining on Move for Life and is now just a few seconds behind. Ingoma Kringleberry is closing the gap on FC Keithafeds and is right behind him. Scott Dixon is making a move and is closing in on another racer, reducing the distance by over a second. Cordier is closing in on Sam Turret, cutting the gap by 7.3 seconds. Thremo has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Ekik Thets has also moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Alex Palou is gaining on Joey, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Thremo is closing in on Alex Palou, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Someone has moved up 2 spots to take 8th place. Acthifeds is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is catching up to Amundsen, closing the distance. Everlasting Apex is also making a move on Move for Life, shrinking the gap. Down the car. Ezersex is gaining on Electricero and now just a few seconds behind. Actifeds is closing in on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap steadily. Electricero is catching up to Max Verstappen, reducing the distance between them. Actifeds is under pressure as someone is closing in rapidly. Ezersex is gaining on Electricero with a big time reduction. Thremo is catching up to Alex Palou, but the gap is still a bit wider. Factor Feds is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Sidrek is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Isosix is gaining on Electricero, closing the gap by 9.5 seconds. Alex Palou has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. The Feds is narrowing the distance to Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Framo is gaining on Joey, and is now just a few seconds behind. Unrule for Life is closing in on Sfremo, getting closer with every lap. FX is making a move on Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap significantly. Akfets is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just 6 seconds behind. EZA6 is closing in on Electricero, with a 5.5 second gap. Kati. Alex Palou is catching up to Amundsen, now only 1.4 seconds apart. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, now just a few seconds behind. Huga 3 is closing in on Samturt rapidly. Ezra 6 is catching up to Electricero with a steady pace. Ezra 6 is gaining on Electricero, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Eli 698 is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is moving up to 11th place. The Feds has moved up to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hurd 3 is closing the gap to Sam Turret, now just 9 seconds behind. Aza 6 is gaining on Max Verstappen, cutting the distance by 6.40 seconds. Michael Schumacher is gaining fast on Sovi, and has cut the gap by 9 seconds. Joey and Alex Palou are battling closely for 2nd place. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 spot to 6th. Hogue 3 is gaining on Sam Turt, and is now just a few seconds behind. No for Life is closing the distance to Everlasting Apex steadily. Someone is making a move on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, now just a few seconds behind. Demo is catching up to Joey quickly, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Sidrek is closing in on Sovi, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Sam Turt is gaining on Jackal rapidly, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Helgard 3 is also closing in on Sam Turt, reducing the distance by 7.5 seconds. Sfremo is catching up to Joey, narrowing the gap by just over 1.5 seconds. EZA6 is gaining fast on Max Verstappen, now just 7.7 seconds behind. Active Feds is closing in on Zefremo, cutting the gap to 2.5 seconds. Sidrek is catching up to Sovi, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Nuh for Life is gaining fast on FK Davids, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 8th place. Someone is also moving up one spot to take 10th place. Joey has moved up to 2nd place. Zemo is now in 3rd. Maya is gaining on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Naya is under pressure as the gap to the leader shrinks. Salvi is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and looks like an overtake could happen soon. Cedric is closing in on Sovi, and might be in the mix for a position soon. Joey is gaining fast on Amundsen, now just a few seconds behind. Isu6 is closing in on Max Verstappen, closing the gap significantly. Maya is catching Everlasting Apex, getting closer with every lap. New for Life is gaining on FK Feb, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Isu6 is catching up to Max Verstappen, closing 5.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex is closing in on War for Life, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Joey is now just a few seconds ahead of Amundsen. Isu6 is gaining on Max Verstappen quickly. Svremo is closing in on Joey, getting closer by the second. War for Life is advancing to 5th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 6th place. Horde 3 is gaining on Samtut, closing the gap by 6.30 seconds. Isu6 is closing in on Max Verstappen, reducing the gap by 9.9 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maya, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectuchero quickly. Isu6 is closing in on Max Verstappen, getting closer with every lap. No for Life is gaining on Alex Palou, and is now just a few seconds behind. Someone is closing in on Michael Schumacher rapidly, cutting the gap by over 11 seconds. Maya is closing in on Everlasting Apex, and is now within 2 seconds. Alex Palou has moved up to 3rd place. Maya is now just a second behind Everlasting Apex. Fuck the Feds is gaining on Elias X98, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 6.2 seconds. Dot Dixon has moved up one spot to take the 11th place. Someone is also moving up one spot to take the 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Maya and closing the gap rapidly. Someone is closing in on Sovi and reducing the distance by over 10 seconds. Alex Palou is catching up to Joey and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Harga 3 is gaining fast on Jacko and looks ready to make a move soon. Joey is closing the gap on Amundsen steadily. Svremo is also catching up to Alex Palou, just a little behind. Sremo is now just a few seconds behind Alex Palou, and looks like he's gaining fast. Ingo McCringleberry is closing the distance on Maya. The gap is shrinking steadily. Ekti Feds is catching up to Elias X98. Both drivers are within striking distance. Maya is now just behind Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to less than a second. Someone is rapidly catching up to Sovi, cutting the distance by almost 4 seconds. And Mufo Life is gaining on Zemo and now only a few seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry is closing the distance to Maya, and the gap is shrinking quickly. Their Fates is catching up to LSX98, and the race for position is heating up. Alex Palou is gaining fast on Joey, now just a few seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry is catching up to Maya, closing the gap significantly. The Feds is narrowing in on Elias S98, making a move in progress. The Feds is closing in on Elias S98, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Someone is also moving up 1 spot to take 12th place. Joey is catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Joey, closing the distance by 3.6 seconds. Cacti Feds is closing in on Elias X98, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Welcome back to the stream, Rafael. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just behind by 9.1 seconds. Someone is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 6.7 seconds. Alex Palou is catching up to Joey, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Everlasting Apex, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Ekgakti Feds is gaining on Maya, closing the distance by over 5 seconds. Sremo has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining fast on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Sremo is closing in on Joey, getting closer with every lap. Ekgafeds is catching up to Maya, narrowing the distance slightly. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Someone is catching up to Elias 988 rapidly, cutting the distance by 6 seconds. Sremo is also closing in on Joey, narrowing the gap by over a second. Sremo is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1 second. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Someone is closing in on Elias S98, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Woo for Life, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Akthefeds is also up 1 spot, now in 8th place. Alex Palou is gaining on Zefremo, now just 1 second behind. Akthefeds is closing in on Maya, now only 2.8 seconds apart. Iliasix98 is catching Everlasting Apex, with the gap down to 1.3 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Alex Palou, and is now just a few seconds behind. Akthefeds is closing the distance to Maya, and the gap is shrinking rapidly. Someone is closing in on LESS98, and the gap has decreased significantly. Akthefeds is gaining on Maya. The gap is now 6 seconds. Joey is catching Amonson, just 1.3 seconds behind. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Move for Life. The distance is shrinking by 2.1 seconds. Cedric is gaining fast on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 5.4 seconds. Sfremo is closing in on Joey, reducing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Akthefeds has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Scott Dixon is closing in fast on the car ahead, cutting the gap down by 13.1 seconds. Alex Palou has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Everlasting Apex has also gained 1 position, now in 7th place. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Move for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Someone is catching up to Akthefeds, and reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Cedric is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 3.2 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 5th place. Cedric is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectrichero, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Alex Palou is now in 2nd place. Maya is gaining on LESX98, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Akthefeds is catching up to Maya, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is advancing to 5th place. Everlasting Apex is moving up to 6th place. Eliasix98 is climbing to 7th place. Amy is maintaining her position in 5th place. Akthefeds is now just a few seconds behind Move for Life. And Michael Schumacher is gaining on Sophie, closing the gap steadily. Akthefeds is gaining on Move for Life, and is now just a few seconds behind. Izzy6 is closing in on Gina Jones and has cut the gap significantly. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectrichero, reducing the distance between them. Maya has moved up to 7th place. Someone is narrowing the gap to Akthefeds by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectrichera, closing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Elias X98, reducing the distance by over 2 seconds. Michael Schumacher and Sovi are battling closely for the 13th position. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Seth Fremont, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Alex Palou is catching Amundsen steadily, now only 1.5 seconds behind. Joey is closing in on Alex Palou, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Seth Fremont and closing the gap rapidly. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectrichera with a solid push. Alex Palou is closing on Amundsen, just a little behind. And Move for Life has moved up to 8th place. Someone is closing in on F-Kick Faith, cutting the gap by 2:13 Soul. Cedric has moved up to 15th place. Move for Life is gaining on Maya and closing the gap quickly. Active Feds has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Someone is narrowing the distance to Elias X98 by 3.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Seth Fremont, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Facty Feds has moved up 2 spots to take 7th place. Maya and Fuck the Feds are battling closely for 7th position. Gina Jones is gaining on Lectrichero and closing the gap rapidly. Alex Palou is making a move on Amundsen, getting closer. Someone is catching up to Elias X98, closing the distance by 3.7 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just a few seconds behind. Demo is catching up to Joey, closing the distance steadily. Someone is narrowing the gap to Elias X98, getting closer with each lap. Elias X98 is feeling the pressure with someone closing in fast. Cedric is gaining on Scott Dixon quickly. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Lectrichera steadily. The Feds is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 3:30 seconds. New for Life is moving up 1 spot to 8th place. Someone is closing in on Elias X98, reducing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Swayman moves up to 3rd place. The Feds is closing in on Everlasting Apex, now 2:30 seconds behind. Now for Life is gaining on FCK Feds, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones is rapidly catching Lectrichero, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Sremo is gaining on Alex Palou, reducing the distance by 1:30 seconds. Ekthets is closing in on Everlasting Apex, also by 1.3 seconds. Defense is gaining on everlasting apex, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. A driver just moved up one spot into 10th place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Cedric, reducing the gap by a second. Defense is gaining on everlasting apex, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Remo is catching up to Alex Palou, getting closer with every lap. Cedric is making a move on Scott Dixon, narrowing the distance significantly. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen. The gap is now a little over 3.5 seconds. Remo is closing in on Alex Palou, just over 3 seconds behind. FD Feds is catching everlasting apex. The distance is down to nearly 3 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Elias X98 and is now just a few seconds behind. Alex Palou is catching up to Amundsen, closing the gap steadily. Remo is also making a move and is now within striking distance of Alex Palou. Cedric is gaining on Elias X98 and closing the distance rapidly. Alex Palou is making a move on Amundsen. Izusix is closing the gap on Gina Jones. Joey is now in 3rd place. Move for Life has moved up to 7th. Someone is advancing to 8th place. Michael Schumacher is currently in 14th place with his Dauer 962 LM. His fastest lap is 1:31.538. The race seems to be quite competitive around him. The racer moving up 2 spots is now in 6th place. Maya has also moved up 2 spots to take 7th place. Everlasting Apex has advanced 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Sovi has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Azatix has also moved up 1 spot to take the 19th place. Spremo is gaining on Joey, closing the distance by over a second. Ekthefeds is catching Everlasting Apex quickly, nearly 2 seconds closer. Cedric is closing in on Elias X98, reducing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, now just over a second behind. Cedric is closing the distance to Elias X98, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Alex Palou is rapidly catching Amundsen, now just under 8 seconds behind. Tremo is gaining on Joey, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Dak Defense is also making progress on Everlasting Apex, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Tremo is gaining on Joey, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Someone is rapidly approaching Hingle McCringleberry, cutting down the distance significantly. Gina Jones is catching up to Lectuchero, closing the gap steadily. Alex Palou is now just a few seconds behind Amundsen. Move for Life has moved up to 7th place. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by over a second. Everlasting Apex is now just a few seconds behind. Nuvu for life. Dation stage. Dot Ostes Tol. Fact the Feds is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap steadily. Everlasting Apex is now just a few seconds ahead of Nuvu for life. G. Someone is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2 seconds. The Feds is making a move on Everlasting Apex, cutting the distance by 3.6 seconds. Flock Feds is gaining on Everlasting Apex, now just a few seconds behind. Cedric is closing in on Elias X988 steadily. Helgood 3 is narrowing the gap to Michael Schumacher with a 3-second push. Joey is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap by over a second. Heck the Heads is making a move on Everlasting Apex, closing in quickly by over 2 seconds. Cedric is catching up to Elias X988, reducing the distance by about a second. Joey is now just a few seconds behind Alex Palou. Sremo is gaining on Joey quickly. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Zephramo steadily. New for Life is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 2 seconds. Active Eds is catching Everlasting Apex, closing in by 2 seconds. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Lectuchero is currently in 21st place with a vintage street car, a 1968 Honda S800. They are quite a bit behind the leaders with a slow lap time of over 2 minutes. It looks like their race has been challenging so far. Joey is driving a Maserati MC12 GT1 from 2004. They started in the first position and are currently in third. Their fastest lap is 1:22.011. The race looks competitive with Joey maintaining a strong position. Move for Life is climbing to 6th place now. Actifex is advancing to 10th place. Tremo is advancing to 3rd place. Someone is climbing to 7th place. Maya and another racer are battling closely for 7th place. Fetz has moved up to 8th place. Hergus 3 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Isotix is catching Sam Tirrett, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 4th place. Someone is moving up to 6th place. Everlasting Apex is now in 9th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Maya is now in 6th place after that bold move. Elias 698 is in 10th place, gaining ground. Cedric is closing the gap on FK Thats, getting closer with every lap. Someone is advancing 2 spots to take 6th place. Everlasting Apex is moving up 1 spot to 8th place. Ilias X98 is also moving up 1 spot to 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Safer Mal, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Scott Dixon is also making a move on Michael Schumacher, reducing the distance between them. Someone is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Elias 98 is advancing to 7th place. Cedric is now in 8th place. Beck the Feds has moved into 9th place. Themo has moved up 1 position to take 3rd place. Cedric is closing in on Elias X98, cutting the gap by 1 second. Sylvie has moved up 1 position to 12th place. Elias X98 is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Feck Theft is also closing in on Cedric, reducing their distance by 1.1 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a 2004 Ferrari 550 GTS. They are currently in 4th place, and have the fastest lap time of 1:21.334, which is the quickest among all racers. Their race looks strong so far. Elias X98 has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Maya, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Elias X98 is catching Everlasting Apex, cutting the distance by 3.1 seconds. Cedric has moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Cedric is gaining on Elias X98, now just a few seconds behind. Maya is closing in on Sophie, closing the gap quickly. Scott Dixon is making a move on Michael Schumacher, cutting the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Effixivids is gaining fast on Cedric, and has cut the gap by 5.7 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up 1 position to 5th place. Elias X98 has also moved up 1 spot into 6th place. Alex Palou is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 2.9 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is moving up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Elias X988 is also moving up 1 spot to 5th place. Cedric is gaining fast on Elias X98, closing the gap to just under 9 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by over 14 seconds. Someone has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. New for Life is climbing up to 10th place now. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Maya, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. ESA 6 is driving a 2006 Porsche Cayman S. They are currently in 9th place, with a fastest lap of 1:41.454. The race for them looks quite challenging with a slower lap time compared to the leaders. Amy is maintaining her position in 6th place. Amy is staying close behind the racer in 5th place. The gap between Sophie and Maya is shrinking rapidly. Someone just overtook another driver to move into 4th place. Elias 98 has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now just a few seconds behind Elias X98. Beck the Feds has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and FK the Feds are battling closely for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Cedric has moved up to 7th place. Michael Schumacher is closing in on Sophie, cutting the gap by 4 seconds. FD Feds has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Cedric and Fact the Feds are battling closely for 7. No for Life is closing in on Joey, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy is currently in 21st place with her vintage street car, a 1970 Ford Maverick Dr. Her lap time is 1:49.05, which is significantly slower than the leaders. She seems to be struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the driver ahead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Elias X98 is also closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by the same amount. Peck the Feds is making a move on Elias X98, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Beck Feds is making a strong move on Elias X98, closing nearly 4 seconds. Beck the Feds is gaining on Elias X98, now just a few car lengths behind. Scott Dixon is closing the distance to Michael Schumacher, the gap down to under 2 seconds. Elias X98 is climbing to 5th place. Beck the Feds is moving up to 6th place. Cedric is advancing to 7th place. ESA 6 is driving a 2006 Porsche Cayman S. They are currently in 9th place with a fastest lap of 1:41.454. The race seems to be quite competitive for them, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Michael Schumacher is driving a Dower 962 LM from 1993. He's currently in the 13th position, with a best lap time of 1:31.538. His race looks steady, but he's not in the top group right now. Move for Life is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap rapidly. Maya is catching up too. Scott Dixon, with a significant time reduction. Fuck. The Feds is narrowing the distance to LSX98. Tech Theath is now in 4th place. Joey has moved up to 6th place. Sidrek is now in 7th place. Max Verstappen is driving a vintage street car, a 1948 Packard L 22nd Club J. He is currently in 22nd place, and has the slowest lap time in the race at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Ekthets has moved up to 4th place. Joey is now in 5th. Elias 988 has climbed to 6th. Elias X988 is under pressure as someone is closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Maya is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 7th place. Maya is getting closer to Scott Dixon. The gap is shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Tricero, reducing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Sylvie is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Joey is catching up to Afgek Thefeds, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Elias 98, reducing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Eliasa 988, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Maya is narrowing the distance to Scott Dixon, getting closer with each lap. Ezra6 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 17th place. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Elias 98 and closing the gap quickly. Tech the Feds is catching up to Srimal steadily. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon with a good pace. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Elias X98 and closing the gap rapidly. Herbs 3 is catching up to Maya and making a strong move. Sidrek is closing the distance to Lou for life, but at a slower pace. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, now just a few seconds behind. Buck the Feds is closing in on Z Fremel, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Cedric is gaining on Elias at 98, now just a few seconds behind. Joey is closing the gap on Fkethet, getting closer with every lap. Nobu for life has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Fkethet is gaining on Sefremo, closing the distance significantly. Sylvie is catching up to Everlasting Apex quickly. Arcade 3 is narrowing the gap to Maya steadily. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is also catching up to Joey, both reducing their distance by the same amount. Jackal is closing in on Sussex, making up almost 2 seconds. Alex Palou is gaining on Amundsen, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Someone is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Sidrak is also closing in on Elias X98, reducing the distance by 2.3 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Sovi now. The gap is shrinking quickly. Hingle McCringleberry, still under pressure from the chasing car, closing in steadily. Sidrak has moved up to 9th place, making a strong push through the field. That's fantastic! Congratulations on your win. Great job out there. Wow, congratulations to Amundsen for winning the race. Great job out there. You got the fastest lap, so you can claim the 1988, a GSJ 023. Nice work on that incredible speed. Maya, you won the bet race, so you're eligible to claim the 2016 Dodge Viper SCR. Well deserved. And a huge shout out to 63,427,990 for winning 7 races in a row. That's amazing! You've earned 500 request points, so enjoy your well-earned prize. A fun fact about the 1972 Lola T280 is that it was one of the last open cockpit prototypes designed for sports car racing before closed cockpit designs became more popular. It was also quite innovative for its time, featuring a lightweight fiberglass chassis and a powerful Chevrolet V8 engine, which made it a formidable competitor on the racetrack. Welcome back as Heist the French Stars. Great to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to see some awesome AI racing action. Hey Paulo Costanin, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now, so I hope you're ready for some fun. That sounds really exciting. If you're interested in customizing your racing experience and tracking progress, definitely check out the Custom Career Mode app. Just type !Career app in chat for more details, or head over to our Discord for all the info. It's a great way to make your racing adventures even more fun. Hey Unique Mike and Justin Aru, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you guys returning. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey, everyone! If you want to request a race with a specific car class and track, just cheer some bits. Then, type !requests in chat, and our bot will reply with a link that has all the instructions you need. Give it a try, and let's see those racing ideas. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that this channel is super fun, but it does cost a bit to keep going. If you enjoy the races and want to help support the stream, subscribing or cheering bits really makes a difference. Subscribers get first dibs on joining the special events and races, so it's a great way to get involved. But don't worry if you can't. The stream is completely free, and all about having a good time. Thanks so much for hanging out and supporting the channel. Hey everyone, the clock is almost out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your choice before it's too late. Jazz? Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you enjoy the race today. This is a really interesting matchup. The Chevrolet Camaro from 1969 has that classic muscle car appeal and a lot of raw power, which can be great on straightaways. On the other hand, the Toyota GT1 TS020 from 1998 is a racing machine built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Okutama Sprint, which might have some tight corners. Considering the cars, I think Toyota GT1 TS020 has an edge, because it's designed for racing and likely has better handling and aerodynamics for this kind of course. But the Camaro's power shouldn't be underestimated, especially if it can make good use of its strength on the longer straight sections. My guess is the Toyota might take the win, but it'll be a close and exciting race. What do you all think? Hey, Naste Mikey. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here again. We're just starting up the AI car races, so get ready for some exciting competition. Sit back and enjoy the show. Thanks to Michael Schumacher for requesting this race. We're live at the Okutama Sprint track. The car class is all random, and Paulo Castanin is starting on pole in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Let's see how it goes. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Paulo Castanin in first place, Justinoru in second, and Gina Jones in third. Amundsen is making a strong move, now in 6th place after overtaking 6 cars. Grenadier is climbing up well, now in 10th place after passing 4 cars. Jazz is also advancing, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shivakalaiza in 104 is making a strong move, now in 4th place. Grenadier is climbing fast, now in 7th position. Michael Schumacher is gaining ground, now in 12th place. Elias X98 is climbing fast, now in 17th place. Someone else is also making a move, now in 19th place after overtaking 4 cars. Ingo Ringleberry is gaining ground, now in 21st position after a similar surge. Ingo Ringleberry is climbing fast, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amundsen has moved up 2 spots, now in 2nd place. Greeningship has also gained 2 positions, now in 4th. Elias X98 is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jackal is also moving up, now in 18th after making 3 successful passes. Smart E is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 22nd. Amundsen is gaining on Paula Kostonen, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Alex Palou has moved up one spot to 5th place. Sovi and Unicamike are fighting closely for 7th place. Ingolma Kringleberry is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jacko is also making a move, now in 13th place after passing 5 cars. Greeninjeb is leading the race, moving up 2 spots to take the top position. Justin Eru is now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi is in 5th after also moving up 3 positions. Jazz has climbed to 6th place with a similar move. Gina Jones is advancing to 7th place. Ingolma Kringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Michael Schumacher is moving up to 9th place. Amundsen has dropped back to 17th place. Paula Kostonen is now in 18th place. Justin Eru is gaining on Unicamike, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Unicamike is gaining on Alex Palou, and is now just over a second behind. Ingolma Kringleberry is closing in on Jazz, reducing the gap to just over a second as well. Michael Schumacher is also making a move on Gina Jones, closing the gap to about 1.3 seconds. Ingolma Kringleberry is climbing 2 places to 5th. Michael Schumacher is catching up to Gina Jones, closing the gap by 3.30 seconds. Schumacher and Gina are battling closely for 8th place. Alex Palou is gaining on Greeninjeb, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Justin Eru is catching up to Unicamike, getting closer by 1.5 seconds. Ingolma Kringleberry is also closing in on Justin Eru, reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Ask Heist to French Stars is gaining rapidly on A.A. Raphael, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Ingolma Kringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Elias X98 has also moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Unicamike is gaining on Alex Palou, now just over 6 seconds behind. Ask Heist Tefren Stars is closing in on A.A. Raphael, cutting the gap by 14 seconds. Elias X98 is catching up to Sovi, now only 2 seconds apart. Ingolma Kringleberry is now in 3rd place. Justin Eru is getting closer to Unicamike, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Elias X98 has moved up to 7th place. Elias X98 has moved up to 6th place. Sovi is now less than a second behind Jazz. Cedric is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Ingolma Kringleberry is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap to just over 1.5 seconds. Cedric is narrowing the distance to Gina Jones, cutting it down by nearly 3 seconds. A.A. Raphael has moved up 2 positions and is now in the 19th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Alex Palou, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Elias X988 is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Jazz is moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Unique Mike is now in 14th place and is trying to catch up. Jazz is getting closer to Justinaru. The gap is shrinking by 1.3 seconds. Sovi has moved up to 7th place. Ira Thiel is driving a 1973 Volkswagen Beetle in Group 1 dealt with. They are currently in the 20th place, and their fastest lap is 1 minute, 12 seconds, and 628 milliseconds. The race for them seems to be challenging so far. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 2nd place. Elias 98 is closing in on Alex Palou, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Sovi is gaining on Jazz, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Elias X988 is gaining on Alex Palou, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Sovi is moving up 1 spot to take 6th place. Someone is closing in on Michael Schumacher, reducing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Elias X98 is now in 3rd place. Jackal is getting closer to Jazz, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tamtua has moved up to 17th place. Justinaru is gaining fast on Alex Palou, now just a few seconds behind. Cedric is closing in on another racer, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. New for Life is also catching up to Scott Dixon, reducing that gap by 1.6 seconds. Cedric is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Max Verstappen is also closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Naibi's Honda IndyCar is currently not on the track and has not posted a valid lap time. It looks like they might be having some issues or haven't started their race yet. Gina Jones is closing in fast on her rival, cutting the gap by 6.8 seconds. Cedric has moved up 1 spot into the 10th position. Max Verstappen and Gina Jones are now locked in a tight battle for the 12th place. Jazz and Sovi are battling closely for 6th place. Cedric is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to 13. Justinaru is now within a second of Alex Palou. Jazz has moved up to 6th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the drivers with quick lap times like Grenijeb and Polakostanin. The longer straights might be helping the faster cars like the Mazda 787B and Saleen 7R to gain ground. Hey everyone! Looks like Michael and Sam are feeling the GTR vibe today. I gotta say, these cars can be real beasts on this track. And I see some air racing feels good popping up. Love the energy. Let's see which cars end up dominating the race. Remember, it's all about the thrill of the drive, even if AI is behind the wheel. Move for Life is closing in on Scott Dixon with a 1.1 second gap. Chip Broman has moved up one spot to take 15th place. Sam Turt has also moved up one spot to take 16th place. Michael Schumacher has moved up one place to 8th. Gina Jones is closing in on her target, cutting the gap by 3.8 seconds. Naiba is gaining on Smart E, reducing the distance by 230 seconds. Jacko needs to watch out. Someone is closing in fast and has cut the gap by over 12 seconds. Sylvie is gaining on Jazz, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Cedric has moved up one spot and is now in 9th place. Eliasix98 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Justin Nehru has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Jazz has also moved up one spot to take 5th place. Jazz is now just behind Justin Nehru. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Sophie. Cedric has moved up to 8th place. Michael Schumacher is now just a few seconds behind Sophie and gaining ground. Jacko has moved up to 9th place. Paulo Kostanin has also advanced one position, now in 19th. Justin Nehru is now within a second of Eliasix98. Jacko is gaining on Cedric quickly. Gina Jones has moved up to 10th place. Cedric is driving a 1984 Ferrari 288G GT. Oh, Evolution in GT1. They are currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 47.671 seconds. The race seems competitive for them so far. Cedric is gaining on Michael Schumacher and is now just a few seconds behind. Paulo Kostanin is closing rapidly on Iarafil, closing the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Eliasix98 is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by a couple of seconds. Eliasix98 has moved up one spot to take 2nd place. Jacko is closing in on Cedric and has reduced the gap by 3 seconds. Nerthalife has moved up one spot to 12th place. Justin Nehru has moved into 3rd place. Jacko is closing the gap on Cedric and has reduced it by 2.5 seconds. Sam Turt has moved up to 15th place. Jazz has moved up one position to take 4th place. Sylvie has also gained one spot, now in 5th. Paulo Kostanin has climbed 2 spots and is now in 17th. Michael Schumacher has moved up to 6th place. Cedric is now 7th. Jacko has climbed to 8th. Justinaru is closing in on Elias S98, cutting the gap by 2.3 seconds. Jacko has moved up one spot to 7th place. Jacko and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for 6th place. Green Jeb is leading the race with a Honda Indy car from 2018. They have the fastest lap so far at 38.269 seconds, and are currently in 1st place, showing strong performance. Jacko has moved up to 6th place. Gina Jones has advanced to 9th place. Naibe is now in 21st place. Indy cars are leading with consistent fast laps, showing strong performance on this track. Group C and GT1 cars are also doing well, likely benefiting from their speed and handling. Modern street cars and vintage cars are trailing behind, possibly struggling with the track's demands. Kostanin is gaining fast on the car ahead, closing the gap by 14 seconds. Jazz has moved up one position into 3rd place. Jacko is narrowing the distance to Sovi, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Sovi is gaining on Justinaru, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Jacko is catching up to Sovi, reducing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot and is now in 10th place. Naibe is driving a 2018 Honda Indy car. They are currently in 21st place and have a fastest lap time of 0 minutes, 38 seconds, and 95 milliseconds. Their race seems to be progressing smoothly with a competitive lap time. Jacko is gaining on Sovi, and the gap is shrinking. Scott Dixon is catching up to Gina Jones quickly. Move for Life is closing the distance to Scott Dixon now. Gina Jones is in 9th place, driving a 2012 Nissan GT-R. Her fastest lap is 52.196 seconds, which is slower compared to the leaders. The race for her is steady, but she needs to improve her lap times to catch up. As Keister French Stars is driving a 1998 Toyota GT 1TS 020. They are currently in 22nd place and have a fastest lap time of 0:48.627. Elias 98 is gaining on Greningchip, closing the gap to just under a second. Jacko is catching up to Sovi, now less than 2 seconds behind. Gina Jones is closing in on Cedric, with a gap of about 3.5 seconds. Elias 98 has moved up one spot to take the lead. Jacko is closing in on Sovi, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Sam Turret has moved up one spot to 13th place. Jacko is gaining on Sovi, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. No for Life is catching up to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1 second. Polocostanine is making a move on Hingle McCringleberry, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Jackal is closing in on Sovi and has cut the gap by 3.6 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Polocostanine has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Polocostanine is gaining fast on Santia. The gap is now 15 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Scott Dixon, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Jazz is now in 2nd place. Justinero has moved into 3rd. Sovi has climbed into 4th. Polocostanine is closing in on Shipbroman, cutting the gap by 15.8 seconds. Jackal is moving up 1 spot to take 5th place. Sidrak is also moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 16.4 seconds. Polocostanine is catching up to Shipbroman, reducing the distance by 15.4 seconds. Sidrak has moved up 1 position to take 6th place. Polocostanine is gaining fast on Shipbroman, now just a few seconds behind. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a second. Polocostanine is rapidly catching Shipbroman, closing the gap to just over 15 seconds. Justinero is gaining on Jazz, narrowing the distance by a little over 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, reducing the gap by about 2.5 seconds. Jazz is currently in 2nd place, driving a 1976 March 761 in the F1 1976 class. Their fastest lap is 47.622 seconds. The race for Jazz looks competitive, but they are close behind Elias X98 in 1st place. Hey everyone! Looks like Michael's ready to take on some NASCAR action soon. That should be exciting. And Sam Turret, your chat's definitely vibing with the irascible energy today. Jazz, glad to see you just chilling and enjoying the race. Keep your eyes peeled, we're almost at the finish line here. Justinero is now in 2nd place. Sidrak has moved up to 5th place. Michael Schumacher is in 6th place after climbing 1 spot. Thunt. Sovi has moved up to 3rd place. Scott Dixon has advanced to 9th place. New for Life is now in 10th place. Congratulations to Elias X98 on winning the race. Great job and well-deserved victory. Congratulations to LASS 988 for taking the win. Great race out there. And a big shout out to Paula Castanine for setting the fastest lap and earning the 2018 Honda IndyCar. Nice! You did an amazing job winning the bet race and claiming the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. And Jackal, your impressive overtakes earned you the 2012 Nissan GT-R GT3. Well done to everyone. A fun fact about the high-speed ring reverse track is that it's designed to be a super fast and flowing circuit, which makes it exciting to watch, because the cars can really open up and reach high speeds. The reverse layout adds extra challenge for the drivers since it changes the usual racing lines and how they approach the corners. It's like a whole new race course, which keeps everyone on their toes. Hey everyone! The time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on being part of the race. Hey Perpetuum! Welcome back to the stream. I'm glad you could join us again. We're just about to watch some exciting AI cars race. So sit back and enjoy the show. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Dodge Monaco is a big, sturdy car with a lot of weight, which might make it a little slower on the twists and turns. On the other hand, the Ford Escort Mark Oni is known for being nimble and lightweight, perfect for snaking through the tight corners of high-speed ring reverse. Considering the tracks and the cars, I would guess that Scott Dixon in the Ford Escort might have the edge because of its agility and handling, especially in a technical circuit like this. But the Dodge Monaco has its strengths in raw power. So it will be interesting to see how it handles. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the high-speed ring reverse track. Jackal has the pole position in a classic 1968 Porsche 912. Oh shit. It's going to be interesting to see how these vintage cars handle the race today. The race has just started, and the top three drivers are Jackal in first place, Shiproman in second, and Jambofin in third. Jambofin has taken the lead, and is now in first place. Shiproman and Jackal are still battling closely for second place. Gina Jones has moved up 2 spots to fourth. Shiproman is now in second place. Michael Schumacher has moved up 2 spots to third. Jackal and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for third place. Civic 704 has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Nouveau Life and Civic 704 are close in the battle for 6th. Kaboompa has also gained one position, now in 8th. Iliasix 98 is making a strong move, now in 10th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Civic 704 is climbing up to 4th place. Kaboompa is also advancing, now in 6th place. Kaboompa and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 5th place. A racer is making a strong push, moving up 3 places to take 11th position. Civic 1104 is climbing 2 spots to secure 2nd place. Kaboompa is advancing 1 spot to sit in 5th. Chip Roman is now in 2nd place. Iliasix 98 has moved up to 8th place. Someone has advanced to 10th place. Iliasix 98 is climbing up to 7th place. Jackal and Iliasix 98 are battling closely for 6th. Someone is gaining on New for Life, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Iliasix 98 is now in 6th place. Amin's son has moved up to 12th. Jazz is in 14th place now. Michael Schumacher is gaining on Civic 704, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. They are battling closely for 3rd place. Gina Jones has moved up 1 position to take 7th. Civic 704 is advancing to 2nd place. Chip Roman and Civic 704 are closely battling for 2nd. Kaboompa is climbing to 4th place. Civic 704 has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Iliasix 98 is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. New for Life and Jackal are battling closely for 9th place. Iliasix 98 is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amundsen has moved up 2 spots to take the 10th place. Jazz has gained 1 position, now in 12th. Amy is currently in the 8th place with her 1971 Myers Manx. She's quite a bit behind the leaders and has the slowest lap time of 1 minute 53 seconds. The race looks challenging for her so far. Chip Broman and Jumbo Finn are battling closely for 2nd place. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to 4th. Iliasix 98 is closing in on Kaboompa, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Iliasix 98 and Kaboompa are also in a tight fight for 5th. Chip Broman is now in 2nd place. Kaboompa has moved up to 4th place. Iliasix 98 has climbed to 5th place. Yambofine and Chip Roman are battling closely for 2nd place. Here Paytuum is gaining on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 1 second. K Bumper is gaining on Jumbothin, and is now just a few seconds behind. The Fuds 84 is catching up to Amy, and is now within a second. Is driving a 1974 Ford Gran Torino. They are currently in 8th place and their fastest lap is 1:36.043. The race looks competitive, with a close pack of vintage cars. Congratulations to Shivakalai 704 on winning the race. Great job and well-deserved victory. Congratulations to Shivakai 704 for winning the race. Great job on taking the fastest lap too. You definitely earned that vintage BMW Ilchoy. And a big shout out to Nufalife for winning the bet race. You can now add that classic Dodge Monaco to your collection. Also, hats off to Elias698 for making the most overtakes today. That 1973 Alpina 110-1600C is going to be a fantastic addition. Thanks to everyone for an exciting race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Bruno has some really technical turns and elevation changes that require a car to be agile and responsive. Acceleration and braking are important too, but the ability to navigate tight corners smoothly makes a big difference here. So, a car with good balance and precise steering would be ideal for this race. Hey Mavoltman, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you enjoy the race and have a great time watching the cars battle it out. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up. If any of you out there are streamers and want to watch these awesome AI races with your viewers, feel free to do so. No need to ask for permission. Go ahead and enjoy the races together. It's all about sharing the fun and excitement, so don't hesitate. Hey everyone, just a quick note. If anyone wants to show some extra support, you can check out my Patreon. The rewards are pretty minimal, but it's a great way to help support the stream if you're feeling generous. No pressure at all, just appreciate you hanging out and enjoying the race. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make sure to get your votes in before it's too late. We don't want anyone missing out on the action. Ooh, this is a tough call. Both cars are pretty iconic and have their own advantages. The Maserati MC12 GT1 is known for its incredible speed and handling, especially on a track like Brno. The Corvette C5R, on the other hand, is famous for its durability and strong performance. If I had to guess, I'd lean towards Alex Palou in the Maserati for the overall edge in speed and agility. But Gina Jones in the Corvette could definitely surprise us with a solid race. It's going to be a close one for sure. Welcome back to the stream, Going Tanto. Glad to see you back with us. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races. Thanks to Michael Schumacher for the race request. We're kicking off at the Brno track. The car starting in the first position is driven by Askhais the French Stars, a 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. Stay tuned for some exciting racing. Gina Jones is leading the race from the start, followed by Askhais the French Stars in second and Alex Palou in third. The top three are already setting a fast pace. Alex Palou and Askhais, the French stars, are battling closely for second place. Eliassus 988 is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to take fourth. Michael Schumacher and Elias X98 are now fighting for fourth position. Joey is moving up 2 spots to take 7th place. Joey and Jackal are battling closely for 6th place. Kiepetuum and Joey are also in a tight fight for 7th. Maya is now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is in 17th place after passing 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is in 18th place after overtaking 5 cars. Joey is holding a narrow lead over Jackal for 6th place. Sam Turt and Scott Dixon are closely fighting for 10th place. Jazz and Sam Turt are battling hard for 11th position. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Sam Turt has also gained 1 position, now in 10th place. Dot Dixon and Sam Turt are closely battling for 10th place. Scott Dixon is advancing to 10th place. Maya and Paula Kostanin are locked in a close fight for 13. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 17. Alex Palou and Askhais French stars are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Jazz has gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Maya has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 13th. Sam Turt has moved up 1 spot to take the 11th place. Jazz and Sam Turt are battling closely for 11th. Move for Life and Paula Kostanin are fighting hard for 15th. Scott Dixon and Justin Aero are battling closely for 9th place. Max Verstappen and I are also in a tight fight for 24. Alex Palou and Askhais, the French stars, are nose to tail for 2nd place. Jazz and Sam Turt are close in 11th position. Max Verstappen is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Jazz and Sam Turt are battling closely for 11th place. Shivikali Zevan, Oren 4, and Hingle McCringleberry are also in a tight fight for 17. Mrevoltman is gaining positions and has just moved up to 19. Shivikala 704 has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Shivikala 704 are battling closely for 17. Aza6 has also advanced 1 position to take 19. Alex Palou and Askhais, the French stars, are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 12th. Someone and Jazz are closely fighting for 13th place. Alex Palou has moved up 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Askhais, the French stars, and Alex Palou are battling closely for 2nd place. Jazz and Maya are fighting hard for 12th place. Justineru is now in 7th place, moving up 1 spot. Kirpetuum and Justineru are battling closely for 8th place. Maya and Samtert are fighting hard for 11th place. Joey and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for 5th place. Maya has gained 2 positions and is now in 10th. Scott Dixon and Maya are fighting hard for 10th place. Joey advances to 5th place. Justineru and Jackal are battling closely for 7th. Samtert moves up to 11th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 11th place. Jazz and Samtert are fighting closely for 12th. Chivakai 7-4 and another racer are battling for 14. Justineru and Jackal are battling closely for 7th place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 12. Nevoltman and Polokostanen are fighting hard for 16th. Justineru and Jackal are battling closely for 7th place. A driver is moving up 1 spot to take 13th place. Someone and Jazz are fighting hard for 12th place. Hey Trinon, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you cruising back in. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. As Kai's 3 French stars is gaining on Alex Palou, now just 1 second behind. Justineru has moved up to 7th place. Maya is closing in on Perpetuum, both racers battling for 9th place. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Perpetuum and Maya are closely battling for 9th. Electric Mary has moved up 1 spot and is now in 20th. Justineru is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. New for Life has moved up 1 spot to take 20th place. New for Life and Ezesix are battling closely for 19th place. Justineru is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Jackal and Maya are battling closely for 8th position. Nevoltman has gained 1 position to take the 15th place. Nevoltman and Samter are closely battling for 14th spot. Electric Mary has moved up 1 position to 19. Electric Mary and Polokostanen are fighting hard for the 18th position. And Move for Life is making a strong move, passing 20 cars to take the lead. Gina Jones and Move for Life are now close in the fight for 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sam Turret are battling hard for the 16th position. Gina Jones and Move for Life are nose to tail for the lead. Scott Dixon is closing in on Perpetuum, cutting the gap by over a second. Shiva Kalai 704 and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Gina Jones is now in first place. Alex Palou has moved up to second. Ask the French Stars is in third. Amy is moving into 7th place now. Just Gennaro is holding steady in 8th. Nev Altman and the other racer are side by side for 13th. Amy is gaining on the pack ahead. Ray Altman is now in 13th place. Shivakala 704 has moved up to 15th place. Jumbo Fiend is now in 21st place. Justin Eru is in 7th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for a top position if he maintains this pace. LES698 has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. New for Life is closing the gap on Amy by 1 second. Justin Eru is in 7th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for the top positions if he maintains this pace. Electric Murray is driving a 2011 SCGP 4.5 competition. They are currently in 21st place, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 6 seconds, and 340 milliseconds. The race seems competitive for them so far. Justin Eru and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for 6th place. Electra Murray has moved up 1 spot to take 19th. New for Life is closing in on me, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Justin Eru has moved up to 6th place. Revoltman and Jazz are battling closely for 12th place. Jambo Fiend and Polo Costanen are fighting hard for 20th place. Revoltman is climbing up to 12th place. Jan Boafin is advancing to 20th place. Max Verstappen and Polo Costanen are battling closely for 21st place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Michael Schumacher and Maya are closely battling for 7th place. Kirpetuan has also gained 1 position, now in 9th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 10th place. Jacko and Scott Dixon are battling closely for that same position. Askeister French Stars and LES698 are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Nev Altman is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 11. Jacko and Revoltman are battling closely for the 11th position. Maya is in 7th place and has the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard and could be a threat for the top positions soon. Joey has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Askei's French Stars and Joey are battling closely for 4th position. Chivikale 704 is closing in on a competitor, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Askei's French Stars is advancing to 4th place. Joey and Askei's French Stars are closely battling for that position. Maya is climbing to 6th place. Maya and Joey are battling closely for 5th place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 12th. Gandolfin and Electric Mary are fighting it out for 19th. Maya is closing the gap on Joey and Justin Ariel. Joey and Justin Ariel are side by side, battling for 6th place. Maya is right behind them, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Justin Ariel and Maya are battling closely for 5th place. Michael Schumacher has moved up 1 spot to take 7th. Joey and Michael Schumacher are also fighting hard for 7th place. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Ray Voltman is closing in on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Shiva Kalai 704 has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. As Keister French Stars and Maya are battling closely for 4th place. Ray Voltman is gaining on Michael Schumacher, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Sam Tert is catching up to Jackal, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Isa Cheeks is driving a 2011 SCGP 45 competition. They are currently in the 18th position, and their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 5.807 seconds. The race seems steady, but they are a bit behind the leaders. Jazz and Scott Dixon are battling closely for the 11th place. Sam Turt is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Elias 98 is advancing 1 position to take 2nd place. Alex Palou and Elias X988 are closely battling for 2nd place. Askeister French Stars is climbing to 3rd place. Michael Schumacher is advancing to 7th. Jazz and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 11th. Joey has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Ray Voltman is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Alex Palou and Askeister French Stars are battling closely for 3rd place. Ray Voltman is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by a second. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 16. Alex Palou and Askeister French Stars are battling hard for 3rd place. Shivakai 704 is climbing up to 13th. New for Life is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by over a second. Alex Palou and Askeister French Stars are battling closely for 3rd place. Maya and Alex Palou are fighting for 4th position. Ray Voltman is gaining on Michael Schumacher, cutting the gap by 1.40 seconds. Amy is holding steady in 7th place. Justin Nero is now in 5th place. Joey has moved up to 6th place. Maya is in 3rd place now. Revoltman is gaining on Askeis the French stars, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Electric Murray has moved up 2 places to take 17th. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Someone is moving up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Shivika 704 and another racer are battling closely for the 13th position. Revoltman has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Shivakali 704 has also gained 1 spot, now in 13th place. Samtert is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. The Bruno track's technical turns are favoring drivers with precise handling and quick lap times. The top racers are close in lap times, showing the track's challenging nature. Amy's Porsche 911 GT2 is currently in 24th place. She is maintaining a steady pace with her fastest lap at 2 minutes, 7 seconds and 584 milliseconds. The race seems challenging, but she's pushing hard. Scott Dixon is climbing to 10th place. Sam Turk is closing in on the car ahead, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Ezer 6 is moving up to 18th place. Ezer 6 is in the 11th place, driving a 2011 SCGP4 5 competition edition. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes, 4.04 seconds. The race seems competitive for them, staying in the middle of the pack. Scott Dixon is closing in on Askeis the French stars. The gap is now just over a second. Sam Tait has moved up 1 spot to 14. Ingo McCringleberry has also gained 1 position, now in 15th. Chivikala 704 has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Jazz and Shivikalaisen 104 are battling closely for 12th place. Nuflife is gaining on Sovi and has cut the gap by 130 seconds. Justineru has moved up to 4th place. Jazz has gained 1 position and is now in 12th. Jazz and Perpetuum are battling closely for 11th place. Gina Jones is holding a slight lead over Alex Palou, but Alex is closing in fast. Palou's fastest lap is quicker than Gina's, so he might make a move soon. Gina needs to stay sharp to keep the top spot. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 2004 Chevrolet Corvette C5. She has the fastest lap time so far at 2:2.071 and is maintaining her top position comfortably. Sam Turret has moved up 1 spot to take the 13th position. Shivikala 704 and Sam Turret are now battling closely for that same spot. Shivikala 704 has moved up 1 spot to take 13th place. Sam Turt and Shivakai 704 are battling closely for 13th place. Sam Turt and Shivakai 704 are battling closely for 13th place. New Flyaf is gaining on Sophie, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nave Altman has moved up to 7th place. Sam Turt has advanced to 13th place. Max Verstappen is currently in the 21st position, driving a 2009 RS Jaguar XCO GT22. His fastest lap is 2 minutes and 5 seconds. He is making steady progress, but still has some ground to catch up. The track at Brno is favoring cars with good handling and quick lap times, as seen with the Corvette Jeeps, RS and Porsche Carrera GTRs leading. Overtakes seem to be happening in the corners, so driver skill and car agility are key. Alex Palou is in 2nd place driving a Maserati MC12 GT1. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes and 1.947 seconds. They seem to be maintaining a strong pace close to the leaders. Amy is maintaining a steady pace in 3rd place. Justin Aru is now within striking distance of Elias X98. Jazz and Perpetuum are battling closely for 11th place. Amy is gaining on Paula Costanina, now just a few seconds behind. Ascast the French Stars is catching up to Michael Schumacher steadily. Max Verstappen has moved up 1 position to 21st place. Nadia and Gina Jones are fighting closely for 1st place. Jazz has moved up 1 spot to 11th. Shivakai 704 and Sam Turt are battling hard for 13th. Maya has moved up to take the lead. Ascast French Stars and Michael Schumacher are battling closely for 8th place. Shivakai 704 has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Shivakai 704 and Perpetuum are fighting for 12th place. Congratulations, Maya. That's fantastic news. Well done on your victory. Congratulations to Maya on winning the race. That was an exciting finish. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for setting the fastest lap. Blank. You can claim the 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. Gina Jones, great job winning the bet race, so you get the 2004 Chevrolet Corvette C5 RO. And Maya, since you did the most overtakes, you can claim the 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6 RO. Well done to everyone. Actually, the 2014 Lamborghini Huracan doesn't exist. The Huracan was first introduced in 2014, but the Saint version is more associated with rally-style or tune models from Lamborghini's history. If you're thinking of the Lamborghini Huracan, it's known for its incredible V10 engine and stunning design. It's a great car for racing games because of its sharp handling and powerful performance. Would you like to hear more about the actual Huracan or a different Lamborghini model? Alright, so we have Scott Dixon, a seasoned driver with lots of races under his belt, though his win percentage is about 6%, which is quite interesting. Since we don't have much info about the other driver, I think Dixon's experience might give him a slight edge here. But at Chicago Street Circuit, sometimes the skill and how well the AI handles the tight corners can make a big difference. My guess? Scott Dixon might have a small advantage, but it's going to be a close race. Alright, everyone, the race is just kicking off at the Chicago Street Circuit. Amy starting on pole in a sleek 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Let's see how she races to the front. Hey. Not much. We're just watching these AI cars race around the Chicago street circuit. The practice session is in full swing. Want to join the fun and pick a car? Hey, Shivakala 704. Looks like we're just in the practice session right now, so it might seem quiet. Don't worry, the action will pick up soon. Welcome back, Root for 7. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car racing with us. Welcome back, Anime67. Great to have you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some exciting AI car races. It looks like some cars might be having a moment of hesitation. But don't worry, these AI drivers are pretty resilient. Sometimes they get stuck or slow down, but they'll usually bounce back once the track clears. Let's see how they handle this chaos.